good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Welcome back into the Dragon's Den. Hey there, Tugboat, Solar, Royal Nomi. How's everybody doing this morning? Yeah, cute applies to haircut too. That is true. Welcome on in, everybody. How's everybody doing? Tugboat, hopefully things go well with whatever service you're trying to get done. Hey, Marcus, how are you? Welcome on in. Come on in. Lifeblood. So, how's everybody doing today? Everybody had a good 4th of July. Um, everybody had a good 4th of July. Guys, for not streaming the last couple of days, like Tuesday and Thursday, but I was out in Indiana again, visiting my son, Appanee, so right around the Murph area. And it was actually really nice. And then on the way up there, and I can finally reveal these officially now that I've talked to them, I dropped off a surprise for KB3D. That surprise was a custom build plate, which means here, custom build plate for the black box. I had ordered these and was really hoping that they would have made it in for Murph, and they did not. They were actually sitting here on my doorstep on Monday when I got back from Murph. So when I went back out there this week, I actually drove up to Twinsburg, Ohio, visited Chris and Chris at KB3D, and dropped one of these off for K Breezy. And this will be going on my black box. You will be seeing it there shortly. Black box will be coming over here. I did just order the base frame parts for my black stack. So that will be coming soon. I will put the build plate that I took off of here to put onto black box and do the build plate swap. So hope everybody's doing good. Hey, Chris, how's it going? How's it going? I actually went and saw both Steinhall and KB3 facilities. Pretty neat, pretty cool. Got to get a little bit of an inside look at the KB3D operations there. Pretty nice. Low key for the 4th. That's kind of what me and my son did. We sat around and we binge watched Game of Thrones. I think we went through 4 seasons of Thrones. We went and saw Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes. Beekeeper. I really wanted to go see Quiet Place at day 1. He hadn't seen any of the. So I need to go. Hey, tall Chris. Know me. Oh, nice, Mr. Wiz. Yeah, I've got 2 of the enclosure cams. One of them is literally connected into Dragon over here. The only issue with it is it's too dark. And I've tried to mess with the contrast and stuff. It just needs lighting. I've physically like mounted the lights. I need to do the wiring of the lights on Dragon here. And it'll light up like my other 2.4 down here for Dragon. And it'll work out a lot better. And then I do have a 3DO nozzle camera that I won from KB3D. And I haven't quite decided what I'm going to put that on just yet. Though I do have Rat Rig, positron coming. Could be on the Rat Rig 300. Oh, nice, KB or Chris. So you got the showroom set up and the warehouse area. That's nice. Yeah, so they're gonna have an actual like small play showroom area, and if you're local to KB3D, order online and go pick it up, and they'll have it right there for you. Put a panda board on your bamboo. You mean the panda display, Royal Nomi? Okay, yeah, yeah. So you get more of the standard X1B kind of look in the cool. Yeah, that's the problem is I got X1C, so I'm looking and it's like, okay, the hot end and the Revo, okay. There's the Mako now by I think it's Slice Engineering that lets you standard V6 knob, and then was it is the Flow or Panda Jet is the fan or not the part cooling. Um, those would be very few things. Panda Touch really isn't. I think it's Panda, whatever the Panda. Really not that useful for an X1 unless you're trying to use to kick off prints at the but you can kind of sort of do that in Gap anyhow. Sorry, I'm just sitting here as we're talking and trying to get a couple of heat set inserts into the part that we're going to use a little bit here as we get into the X-axis. How's it going, Solar? Glendon, how's it going, Glendon? Did I miss you? I think I missed you popping in. There you are. How's it going, Glendon? I saw you stream last night and I was going to try and jump on, but I had just gotten home last night after probably an 11-hour drive, and I kind of sat down with Mrs. Dragon and just chilled with her. Um, so, it wasn't going in the front, going back. And sorry, like I said, I'm trying to do some heat set inserts for the butter mount part here. So this takes 3 of the short M3s down here, 2 of the M2s, this will be for an end stop, and then there will be 4 M5 heat set inserts that go in here, and this will be to actually mount the motor. Now the motor's going to mount from the side that's go on the opposite side. So you basically have to pull the heat set all the way through the part in order for it to pull out. That's actually a better way of doing heat sets than how we normally do them, where we put them into base and then we screw directly into them, because you can pull those out a lot easier. Let me go ahead and get these in real fast, then we'll get back to our y-axis. As you can see, I do have the DTI on here and ready to go. The DTI dial test indicator, I did check that this rail is as parallel as I can get it to this face. I've checked rail to rail, and I'm also checking the height, and this side is higher than this side, so I kind of need to shim this side up, even it out some. But I think what I'm going to do first is just slide the XY carriage on and see how it runs, right? Because I may wind up having to loosen this back up actually get those carriages to run smoothly, right? We've set these up, we've set them to be parallel, but that doesn't mean that our carriages are 100% parallel, even though we installed them with the um, uh, rails in them. That just means that the two carriages line are lined up front to back. It doesn't mean that the distance is exactly what. So what we would normally do is fully lock down one side, loosen the other side, get the carriages on there, and then run it back and forth to let this kind of auto adjust. And then we'll go through and tighten this back down, constantly checking to make sure that we have good movement. So that's what we'll do. Just as soon as I get these really long M5 heat sets pushed in. Actually, what I'm going to do, let me see if I need something to set this on that I can push in. Got a weird kick out piece on it. Don't grab the one you were just heating up. Twice already now. Added some pleasure and fun to the day by burning. Um, any good free CAD software? So I am using Fusion 360. I haven't paid for it, so I'm just using the standard. It does limit you on some things. I know some people have done some comparisons. They're using things like FreeCAD or um, was it OpenSCAD? Tinkercad is also something that you. And I do use Tinkercad to modify some parts here and there when it's a minor modification, popping extra holes in a part or something like that. Um, and I'll be quite honest, I've got to really learn Fusion 360 or some other design program because I really need to start designing some things or having more confidence in my ability to update or modify something. Like all of the Voron designs are open source. You'll see people like Mandic Really who will go in and heavily modify parts to add his own type of flair. And really, he's not modifying a lot of geometry. What he's doing is going in and, like I said, adding his own flair to things. I know there's some limitations to the free use version of Fusion 360. I know it complains every time I open it up on one of my other systems, and I've already got it open on one. You can only have it open on one. Yeah, Fusion 360 and Tinkercad. I mean, they're both part of the Autodesk family. You can use those to modify STLs. Um, normally do that in Tinkercad, but like I said, I'm normally like needing to add a hole or open something up, extend something, you know. So basically what I'm doing is adding geometry and joining parts together, um, versus going in and doing any heavy like redesign or from scratch design. Teaching Tech has several good videos out there on free and low cost options, as well as some tutorials out there on how to work with certain programs. And there's plenty of other YouTubes. So apparently I've knocked this over and kind of have a crack there and one on this. So this is ABS. Should be able to acetone weld those parts together. Or do a reprint. But yeah, that happens. Like I said, I've kicked it and stepped on it a couple of times. Try and keep it off to the side. So it happens. The thing with printed parts, you can always print new parts. So we've gone ahead and we've added the 4 M5 heat set inserts. Like I said, this is going to go up against an end. Motor will come in this side. So you want the heat set inserts coming from the back side, especially on a motor where you're trying to really screw it down and hit. That way, if anything, you'll pull these all the way through the part. Later, I'm just going to set it over there. What I do want to try and do, see if I can come up with a good way of setting some. Just kind of show you what I mean with the dial test indicator here. So we kind of look at the dial test indicator. There we go. So you see our dial test indicator. It doesn't matter if it's looking at 0 or not. It's right now it's about at the 10 mark to the left of 0. As I move this across, first couple, much stays there. And as I continue to move this across, see that it starts to see how far that's moved. By the end of it, we're talking about 40 ticks, and each tick is, what is this? A old man eyes. 0.01. That's a pretty significant rise across this beam. See how much that is moving? And about right here stops. So I can put some shim stock in or it could literally be that my peanuts aren't fully inserted in a couple of these spots and it's causing an issue. So what I'm going to do is, once again, the rail closest, so this rail right here that I'm running the dial testing is my reference. This is going to be the one that I adjust to this rail. So the next thing up in our manual next thing is to uninstall the bearing block. So, whoops. Is we're going to uninstall the bearing block down here, and then we're going to slide on our carriages. Okay. So to do that, just back out of the way. Take this off to the side. And we'll go ahead and take this one off here. And 5 button heads. And once again, these are aluminum extrusions. So the extrusions themselves are not going to be perfectly flat. They're going to have some type of warp. They'll probably have some type of twist in them. It's to be expected. We're just going to try and get as good as possible. We can shim the heck out of this to make it work. However, I do have limited shim stock. So we'll see what we can do to get this running smooth. I know Steve Builds and Modbot and several others kind of had to do a lot of work to get their axes running as smooth as possible. So that is something we'll need to be cognizant of. Goes on. Y-axis bearing block needs to be uninstalled before plate. And this gets installed in this orientation. We do have our little bearing block stoppers in here. And I'm going to have to swap a couple of these out. I didn't notice, but there are a bunch of these in the LDO kit. So I didn't need to print any of them, actually. I just needed to look in the kit itself. Really need to out, but we'll get a couple more out. Bear with me a second. The other two should push out. So we're going to go ahead and slide this on. What I do need to do is take this carriage off, the one that we were using to do all of our testing there. Will be for Y carriage. We'll just set that off to the side for now. Need to flip this over and work on getting this lined up so that we can start installing this. want to go slow. Don't want to damage your ball bearings. Process of getting these put on. Okay. So we've got our carriage on, and it moves, but it's pretty tight. We'll just say there's a bit of preload on it. So what we're going to do, we're going to come in here and we're going to loosen up this rail because we want this rail to be perfectly aligned with this rail. So we're going to go through and loosen these up. Same way we do with our 3D printers. And as I was watching Steve build stream, this is pretty much what the Milo guys are doing. Got, they've got the statements in the manual, but they also have the reality on the ground. Some of the tightness here could also be that the rail itself not just isn't aligned side to side, but also isn't aligned up and down. So it's causing the plate to rack some. So just going through, we snugged them down initially. Now we're going through and applying a little bit of ugga-dugga, making sure that we're still getting good movement, that we don't do the stupid thing and run our carriages off the end and lose balls. Okay. Very carefully. Lost me balls. Luckily, just two of them. This cart on the inside, so I do need to solve that. slide the carriage back off now. So I can try and fix my mistake. This one, the inside of it. One on each side. Okay. Now it's back in place. There we go. So we've got our y-axis on. It's moving. Got good movement. It's not gliding as much as our 3D printers will. However, that's an indicator, one, of preload, and two, how much grease you have in your bearings, because grease is going to allow things to move, but also tighten some things up. Right? It's going to build a little bit of, sounds weird, but it's going to add a little bit of friction to the mechanism because there's now more energy. It's going to lubricate, obviously, but it's going to take out any free play in the. Now we got that on. Take care when installing the carriages onto the rail. Improper handling of the carriage can damage them. The best way to install a dummy rail on the carriage and transfer to the rails, which is good. We are going to go ahead and redo our bearing block. My one side bearings keep falling off. So goes back on in there, and we'll redo our 4 screws. When we do our 4 screws now, let's go ahead and put on some Loctite. We are going to be going through an ABS piece, so we do need to be a little careful. So don't do a huge amount of Loctite, and make sure you're right at the end of the screw. Anything that you do put in will actually work its way through the length of this. Try and be as straight as possible so that you're not like rubbing it purposefully across the sides. We're going to get all these started, and just the thought of being snug. And then I'll come back and tighten everything down. And yeah, no worries, Cruise. Not Cruise. Polar 3. It happens. It happens from time to time. We'll lose a bearing occasionally. They're easy enough to get back in, especially when they're this size. They're a bit bigger than the ones we're normally used to working with. MGN 7s are like the worst. Balls aren't too bad, but these are MGN. Ball bearings are pretty good size. Okay. Got our end plate on using our medium strength thread locker. We need our rigid coupler, aka our spider coupler. $550mm lead screw. Got 3 lead screws. 2 of them are really close to the same size. So the one that's slightly shorter is going to be your y-axis. Okay. Then the one that's slightly longer is going to be the x-axis because it's a longer axis. And then, of course, the z is going to be the shortest axis. So I'm going to set this down on our table here. We have our rigid coupler, and we need one of our motors. Get into one of our motors. And these are a bit chunkier than we're used to working with because these are NEMA 23s. And they're quite a bit beefier. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to set that down there, and I'm going to grab a standard NEMA 17. This is going to be a stepper on line. NEMA 17, right? Stepper on line, standard NEMA 17. And then a standard NEMA 17 pancake. So standard NEMA 17, NEMA 23. These are quite a bit chunkier. You'll see they still have 6-pin. There are still 6-pin, but it's a lot bigger connector, a lot more spaced out. So quite a bit different than we're used to. Duncan. Last poured it in one of my Yetis. Bottom of that one. Okay. We've got a motor, got our lead screw, and we've got our connecting rod piece or connector. And there's 2 sides of this. One, of course, is the 8mm. The other side, I believe, 0.5. Going to fit on our shaft. You have a D shaft on here. Hey, Pezliz, how's it going? So, of course, we want to set this up. Now, the nice thing that I like about these is they're not doing set screw, clamping action. And the way I normally do these is get them on my motor, clamp it, then do my rod and clamp that. These are going to be standard 2.5. And what I'm doing is I'm actually setting this down all the way onto shaft so that it's coming up against the rigid coupler, the plastic coupler in here. And then we'll tighten that down to compress this piece. So this piece and this piece are separated by the plastic, takes up the backlash without transferring some other stuff that we don't want. We're going to take our rod, set it straight down in there. And because we're clamping it too, if you're doing a set screw into a lead screw, you could be on a ridge, you could be in a valley. It doesn't line up as well. This is actually a much better mechanism for connecting your lead screw to your motors. It makes it a lot more rigid. Now, remember to apply medium strength thread locker to the coupler grub screw. Nothing worse trying to diagnose the stationary axis, noticing that your motor is spinning, but yeah, we're not using set screws. We're using, clamping screws, but this is into an aluminum block. So I am going to undo this, remove this screw, put some thread locker in there and put it back in there. So we're going to put a little bit of thread locker on here. Oh yeah, I've got a couple of cups going here, Liz. If you haven't started your coffee yet, you're way behind the curve. Hey, Phantom, how's it going? Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. I hope everybody had a great 4th of July, and I understand Canada had a day as well. I just cannot remember for the life of me what it was. Can you help me out, Pez? Day, Flag Day, something like that. I think your all's is July 1st. Ours is the 4th. Never remember. Canada Day is the 1st. There we go. Awesome. Do you guys do like the whole fireworks and all that good stuff, or? Good day to barbecue and stuff. On the back of the Y-axis assembly, insert screw and motor assembly. Be sure to thread it through the Y anti-backlash. Not insert it through the bearing block yet. Okay. So once this come in through this side and get it all the way down through our bearing block and close to the edge, but not fully there. Now, when I set the preloads on my anti-backlash nut system here, I did it with the C rod because it was shorter rod. And I didn't want to deal with this long rod. Well, now we've got the long rod here. We need to grease it. So we do need to get some grease on this. There's a couple of different ways. You can fill up your little, put grease in your mini pump and then just squirt some grease on the rails and rub it in with your finger. You can do it by hand. I actually don't have, I still haven't loaded up the minigun because I was gone all week. And I'm just going to get some EP2 on my hand and on a glove, of course. And go ahead and rub it in. I do have some white lithium spray somewhere. In the past, I've literally gone out in the front lawn and just sprayed down my lead screws with white lithium grease. Works pretty well. But you do want some type of grease lubricant on these. Normally on my lead screw too, I like to use the PTFE oil versus grease, just because the grease, well, kind of gets everywhere. And the one thing that I ought to have done, and I didn't just yet, is I probably want to go ahead and put in the rail or the slot covers on this before I get too far here, because the last thing I really want to do is not be able to get these slot covers in there because I've got a bunch of other stuff all over the top, and then I'm having to try and dig out chips down in these grooves all the time. So that being said, let me try and measure out and put some slot covers in here real fast before we go too much further. I don't think these are pre-measured. They might be. And if I need more, I don't have these little plastic ones, but I do have the vinyl MGN slot cover material that I use, and that'll work just as well. All we're trying to do here is keep chips out of places that becomes a pain in the butt. So for maintenance and cleanup, just try and keep things clean, tidy, and pretty as we're working through here. So I am probably not going to do this in every single spot, but things that will be hard to get to, like, I don't know, the interior bottom surfaces of your Y plate, Y axes, might want to add some of this. These may be pre-cut. Longer, we've got some shorter. Oh, I'm hitting on the Y block. Fireworks, parades, etc. Yep. I was sitting at my son's house going, what is all that racket and why? And it wound up being, you know, the 4th of July parade. Like, oh, well, that explains that at least. Apparently, I probably should have put this on before putting this on, because of that Y block getting in the way. So I'm not going to be able to feed it in like 3 inches underneath. It's just too tight in the slot. So how do I want to do that? Really don't want to take things off, but that will most likely be the easier way. And this side only has 2. Say that. Hey, Phantom, how's it going? Yeah, apparently in Napanee, Indiana, like I said, over near Goshen and Elkhart area where Murph is, they did the parade. It was supposed to be from 11 to 1. Apparently, they were done by 11 because that makes sense. And yeah, they had their fire trucks out, they had their emergency vehicles out, and they were kind enough to run their um, sirens the whole time. So, that was good. I was sitting there like, what is going on? Where is this fire? This whole town must be on fire at this point. No, it was just the 4th of July celebration. Okay. Set this off to the side. Set that there. I'm going to go ahead and insert these. Apparently, it would be even better if I can get it just underneath this part. That way I wouldn't have to cut. Oh, so. Oh, so. But yeah, all in all, it was a good trip. That I got to go and see KB3D and the Steinhall Motors, which is one of KB3D Chris's day jobs. And that was really cool because, who doesn't like to see a bunch of Porsches and some being repaired, some being maintenance, some getting ready for track runs, some sidecar projects. They're pretty cool. Yeah, I'm just putting these in place in the open slots here just to keep any material from getting down in. Because we really don't want to have to sit here and try and fish out underneath this all that much. What we'll be able to do now that these are in there so material won't get down in these slots is we can just come in and vacuum over the top. Makes life tremendously easier. We do our maintenance and cleanup. At the end of You guys watched me put that back on, and nobody yelled at me through the screen to say, hey, you forgot to put the carriage back. But yeah, Mrs. Dragon is not too fond of fireworks. She was not having a good time of it, even though, well, and I wasn't here. But it was good to spend time with my son. Didn't get a chance to at Murph, so it's always nice. Right, so front, back, goes back on just like this. Down and line up our two sets of rails. Plate on. And slide it on there. Plates back on there. Get our end back on here again. Oh, and Liz, I sent Miss Dragon that form. Thank you very much for getting that to me. Okay. All right, so that's back in there. Got our slot covers in. We don't have any slot cover down here at this end. I'll add some of that in here in a little bit. I want to going on the build to see if there's anything to do. I'm gonna go ahead and get this down here towards the end. That way I don't have to twist it the full length, but we do need to add some grease to this. That hand. So take our full tip off so I can just get in here with the big one. I'm going to put a blob on my finger and we'll start with that. Probably would have been better off starting to pat grease on here at the opposite end versus in closest to it. Probably will not get much, if any, use. You don't want to really load this up because Once again, this is a thicker grease. Grease will hold on to chips and drag them into the threads and stuff like that. You don't need it all the way at the far end either, because it's going to be sticking out past the end. So lay this down there. Lead screw lined up. Through our screw. We're through our anti-backlash nut block. Thanks for the lurk, Solar. We're pushing the lead screw through the bearing block, add a locking collar to the inside bearing face, leaving it loose. So we need a locking collar now. What this will do is lock the lead screw on one side so that it's, how do I explain this? Good question. How do I will say it does have a locking collar, so I'm going to take this off, put a little bit of Loctite on it. But when we do go to lock it in place, we can fully lock down the block, because once again, we don't want things flipping and sliding around. Add that around our, we're adding that around the screw. Fasten the NEMA 23 motor to the Y-axis mount using 5x30 socket head cap screw. Now I just need to get this lined up with the bearing. Push it through all of the bearings. Bring our motor in flush. Pull it back out some so I get to my collar and move it down some. Yeah, she's gonna watch your the video that you did with K2 Kevin and figure out how to do the maker chips. And then kind of need to do that as well. Now, one critical thing is which way does this motor wire come out and go? Does not show. Didn't see anything where it said which. Out one. Take a quick look over at the electronics. See if it perchance shows any. Effect. So then we'll come over here to the shows. CAD appears to reflect them through the or down towards the bottom. Get that towards the bottom. So the towards top, we need to flip it over 180. That. Go ahead and push this back in there. Got pushed in there all the way. We're going to need M5 by 30s. And it takes 4 of them. Pocket head cap screws. Now we are going through here and into M5 heat set inserts. Does not necessarily talk about doing some thread locker because we are going through some plastic again, but we will apply just a tiny smidge. I'm not tightening these just yet. I'm just getting them lined up and ready to go. Then I'll tighten them down here in a second. Doing a crossing pattern as normal. Bring these down. Gonna snug everything up initially. Apply a little bit of ugga-dugga to them. Look of our coffee. Now what we need to do is add the last locking collar to the operator side of the. So now we're going to put a locking collar on the other side. So there's a locking collar then on each side of our bearing block. And what this is going to do is keep our bearings from working their way out or loose as we work the system. Pressing these up against the bearings and then curing these down. What you're left with is motor with the wires coming out the bottom, rigid coupler, lead screw that comes down all the way through into your bearing block, your anti-backlash nut underneath, goes into the bearing block, has a locking collar on each side, and those locking collars have now been secured down. There should be no fore or aft play in this mechanism. And locking collar preload. Use your fingers, press each locking block towards each other, driving them into the face of each bearing. Moderate to high pressure. Tighten the operator side of the collar first. The internal side. This one remains in the same position. So I didn't do any preload on that, so I will back these back off, and we'll push them together as I go through and do the locking on both of these collars. On the outside first. Coming back while providing pressure coming towards me. Lock that side down. That should prevent any play front or back in the screw. Not going to do the y-axis end stop just yet. We don't want it to get damaged. Y-axis drag chain. Did go ahead and install these heat set inserts previously. It's going to mount on this left side. So the side where the motor is, it's going to go here at the bottom. So we're going to need M5 roll in. Really? So we did a bag inside of a bag. That's interesting. M5 roll-in. And we'll need M5 by 12 screws, or a screw, to install that on. 5 by 12 button head. So how's it going, Daddy Wazzy? So we've had two of our events this year. We've had Rocky Mountain Rep Rat Fest, and then we had the Midwest Rep Rat Festival. Both of those were fantastic shows. I do want to see, is anybody planning on going to 3D Printopia? Anybody planning on going to 3D Printopia? Now, it doesn't give a length on where this goes, so we're just going to set it in a position for now, and we can adjust later. Fasten one link or one end link of the drag chain to the y-axis with M3 by 6 flathead cap screw. M3 by 6 flathead cap. Not pull those out, which is going to be a pass because a ton of screws in here. By 6 flathead cap screw. It was actually a lot easier than I expected it. Three of these. And which you have an X, a Y, and a Z. The X is going to be the longer. Once again, the Y will be the mid-size, and then the Z is going to be the shortest. So I will pop this out and mount this side. Once again, that looks to me like it's say the any. Need the you'll be at 3D Printopia. Awesome. Lyndon's going. Good. No Printopia for you, Timor? Sorry, my friend. I think Liz is planning on going. She's in the shower. Miss Dragon's going to be coming with me. Evil Diesel's coming with me. Speaking of Evil Diesel, he was testing his stuff last night. Him and his daughter, aka Little Goober, will be streaming today at, I believe, 1 Eastern time. So in just a couple of hours. We're going to get her printer that she picked up, that she was given by KB3D Chris 2, and get that up and running. Wants us to do the other side. I drag chain. Fasten the other end link of XY drag chain. What am I missing? Oh, not missing. Getting only using 2, and we're going on the opposite side of this. So, see if we can flip this over without dumping everything. That would be negative. And we need to add the other end of our drag chain here. So, pop the other end off of this particular drag chain. Two more of our 3x6 flathead cap. You don't think you have any more days? Yeah, me too, Honor Danger Dan. I think I am like negative for a couple of weeks, and I'll get a couple more days back. But the good thing is for 3D Printopia, because it's closer, we can take off and head up there Friday and potentially drive back Sunday, if not Monday. So I only need 2 days for that ship. Okay, so we're installing the drag chain ends right now, but we're not going to do any other part of the drag chain just yet because we need to, we'll do that as we do our wiring. So for now, we'll get these installed back on there. My understanding is these are a complete pain in the tuchus. They do drop in and out easily, but such is life. Good time to mention that the little cutouts that you may have noticed scattered around the build are for your zip tie. Use these to secure your cables where necessary. And it's talking about like these little cutouts here, 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 and here. So we're going to be bringing cables around, zip tied down into the cable chain around. So that's kind of, the trough where our wiring will go as we transition from the X to the Y. Keep our wiring clean and out of the way. Drag chain installation point optional. You may wish to install the rest of the drag chain now to complete the Y-axis, but it often is easier to thread the X-axis motor and then stop cables through the loose cable chain before installing it. It can become a tight space to work in later. Remember, this chain is for X-axis cables, despite being mentioned now during Y-axis. Oh, I'm taking my 79-year-old mom. No such thing as too old. Exactly. Like if my parents had any interest, I would probably take one of these. Yeah. So now that we've got our Y-axis assembly done, notice that we didn't do the knob yet. We're going to start working on the X-axis. So we're going to start by finding a 500 millimeter rail, 500 millimeter rails, and the extrusion could also be, I believe, so we're good for this for now. I'm just going to take it and set it down on the bench next to me after moving some other things around off the bench next to me. Keeping grease. There we go. Now it's going to sit down on the bench or the stool next to me, where I will hit it later on. And I need to get the C channel out of here. 500 millimeter C channel, so the longer C channel. Here's my two 500 rails, which we've already taken the carriages off because they're already on our XY joiner plate. .500 millimeter C channel. Go out on a limb and say that this is that one. And that would be correct. So what I'm going to do here, I know I did every single one on the Y. I'm going to go through and just do the ones that is for these rails. I want to see if it resolves some of the, the height issues that we were seeing on the other one. Hey, Westery, how's it going? Hope you are doing good today. I'm going to also start just by taking the stoppers out of here because I don't think we really need them. And the carriages will be over on the other plate, and we'll add those in down the road. And these are M3s, so I need M3 rolling nuts. How you doing, Westery? Hopefully you're doing good. Looks like we're going to need 6 for each rail, so I am going to wind up doing 7 in these because 6 will leave an opening of 3 holes in the middle, so I'm just going to go ahead and do the 1 middle hole as well. Again, if I run out of screws or if I run out of T-nuts, I've got plenty, so I can make up the difference. All I'm going to do is set this up here and get my initial alignment for my T-nuts. Was actually just thinking this morning, Westery, when I saw your name pop up in one of my feeds, I was like, you know, I haven't seen her stream in a while. I really need to catch her stream. Because I haven't. I just haven't seen you stream in a while. And I think part of it's just I have not been to Rocky Mountain and coming back and then, or not Rocky Mountain, Murph, coming back and then heading up to see my son. Okay, these are M3 by 10s. Metal, metal, metal. So we are going to go ahead and put a little dab of whatchamacallit, Loctite on these. Out of town working. So you were doing non-farm things? Last few days printing some cool stuff though. We'll be back on Monday as long as you don't get called out. Well, that's good. We will see you on Monday then. Put up 260 squares and 1,200 pound round band. 260. Oh, sweet. So they are putting you to work. I mean, I hear it keeps you out of trouble. So I don't know how much that really keeps you out of trouble. I mean, I know it wouldn't really keep me out of trouble. Ugh. Folks, I just want to say this is the fun part. Wait until we get into the FMJ. And on the FMJ, which is the metal brackets that go on either side of the Z-axis column, there's going to be like some obscene amount of screw. So hope you like a screw stream because there will be a screw stream. Start putting the side panels on. Well, busy is good because it normally keeps you out of trouble. So how's my little Mia doing? She handling all this travel well, or you basically say like, okay, mom, if you're gonna take me someplace, it should not be hotter than where we came from. I'm sure the beach was fun, but I could just see her looking at you and giving you what for. Okay, so these are into the spring nuts. Meet the alignment procedure described in the y-axis to ensure your rails are aligned to each other and the extrusion. So we're going to start by using our alignment blocks here. One at each end, one at the middle. That should initially give us the alignment here on this rail. These are pretty tight, pretty snug. There's no, I guess there's a tad bit of movement. Got a new collar and name tag when in Malibu. Sweet. Sweet. Okay, so there's the one side. The other side, go ahead and do the same. Because this should set our side to side initially. It doesn't mean we're going to be parallel, but I am just going to snug this side down. I'm not going to do any ugga-duggas just yet. Okay. So I want to consider this side of the rail as my golden rail. This side will be the one that we can move around and flex a little bit as we need to. We do want to throw a carriage on here. Just see about how we stack up. slight bit run out. I know this is, guys. The overcorrection. That's pretty close. Once again, I can work on trying to tram this one so that it's close as possible, be 100% parallel with this. The problem being is I'm not sure if there's a twist this way or anything in this C-beam. So what I'm going to do is, now that I've got this nice with this edge, I'm going to align this one using the same thing we did before, which is by actually mounting the X carriage to it, running it back and forth, loosening this up, running it back and forth, and that will tram this to this, and then we'll be good. Likes baked cookies for dogs. She has expensive taste. Well, I wonder where she gets that from, Wesley. insert a 608 bearing in the hole in the outer face of the X-axis bearing block. Then a F608ZZ bearing on the other side. Flange bearings must sit flush inside the bearing block on both sides. And so, what do with that part? I thought I pulled it. Here's that one. Maybe I did, and then I put it. So, I did. Pulled it out and then put it back. Also, while we're here, we're going to do the same thing. These are too short. The other ones will probably be long. Yep. Have to cut these to size. And once again, I want to use these in the troughs because that will be where I'll need the clearance. With the rest, I can use the vinyl because it'll sit proud just slightly. But I do want to make sure that these are all covered up, so we're not getting a lot of debris down in these channels that we can't clear out. Little put the gap on both sides, and we'll You have booked a hotel? Sweet. Yeah, we haven't booked a hotel yet, but it's coming. It's coming. I need to get on. And like I said, by going ahead and putting these in there now, it makes it a lot easier to get them in there, number one. And then two, on the outside edges where it's not as critical to have the lower edge or the lower clearance, I can put the vinyl ones on the outside to do the same thing if I start running short on. In fact, these now give me some smaller pieces that will probably, not completely, fit these. I can always put them. We'll keep those over there in case. So we went ahead and got these done. We grabbed our other part here. Once again, we're going to have a flange bearing on each side and a 608 in the middle. So we need our last two flange bearings. And a 608. This is going to go flange bearing. Maybe. There you go, flange bearing. Flange bearing. Standard bearing. Feeling how tight that is. I feel like I should have. I don't have anything that size, so we're going to have to maybe do some pressing. Pressing, pulling. That's going to be extremely tight. Not necessarily a bad thing, but it's definitely going to be a thing. Let me grab my Nipix. I'm gonna have to do some persuasive techniques, and I don't want to do percussive persuasion. Nipix will be perfectly fine. Could be. Can't get there. So press technique. Oh, there we go. Flush. This one's a proud still, but I think that might be the printed part. Yep. There we go. We're getting nice bearing surface. Have nice support on that. Insert M2, M3, and M5 heat inserts. Done that already. We're going to start by fastening the X-axis motor mount to the 500 seam using M5 by 12 button head. And we're going to attach it using these two bolts on either side of our flange bearing. And the narrower side is the side that goes up to our rails. So I'm actually going to mount it kind of like this. So we need M5 by 12 button head. How's it going, zombie? Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Hey, the Shrimp Father, welcome in. So, Zombie, you actually have um, a sponsor table at Earth, correct? Before I do that, especially since I just put some plastic on that, plastic. I think what I want to do, just to be safe, you want to run a M5 through these holes just to make sure that they're nice and good. We did have some holes that were a little tight during the last build session. So let's make sure that we're good on our holes for this round. You got a little booth. So that's the was it the bronze, or so you're not a platinum, you're not a gold, you're not a silver. I assume that would be the bronze. I think my first sponsored table will probably be at Murph next year. Just because it's going to be a lower barrier to entry. Get your logo on the flyer. There you go. Silver. Okay, gotcha. Well, cool. Okay, and once again, the few holes that we're going to mount through are on either side of our flange bearings, and those are going to be, the narrow end is facing the linear rails, and the other end is facing the bottom. And we're going in the top holes on our C-beam, meaning the top holes for installing our screws in the holes beam. So having a platform where I can hang it off on the end makes life a little bit easier here. I'm getting a little bit of our Loctite on the threads and then dipping bottom off just to try and give myself a better chance of not running it against the walls of the print while I try and get it in here and lined up. Got it in. And secure this on there. That's what we're going to be looking at now. Go ahead and flip this around because I'm sure the next piece this in. Or maybe not. Flip it over and we're going to work on adding the x-axis cable. Fasten the x-axis motor mount to the extrusion. M5 by 12 button head. This would probably be why it was telling me to do it in this fashion. So I need to remember that this is the side. This to the right, rail facing me, is the one that I was using as my reference rail. So I need to grab some 2040 500 millimeter long extrusions. Could be the ones right at the top. And that would be them. These are going to go just to the side of these. So make sure that both ends are tapped, which they are. Because once again, there's a couple of these C-beams that only have, speaking of what, they're only drilled and tapped. Your C-beams are drilled and tapped in such a way they only should be used one way. Otherwise, you're going to be tapping holes yourself. So we go ahead and uncrank this and see if I have put this in on the wrong side. Based on tapped hole. That looks like a negative. So only the top holes are tapped on either side of this rail. I'm not sure if I just turn this around. And I did not. That's good. The reason I could tell that is because one side was really heavily torqued down, the other side I just snugged up. So just a light bit of pressure, I should have been able to break the bolt, and wasn't able to on this rail, but I was able to on that rail. What told me which side was which. Okay, let's tighten back down there. Flip that over. We're going to use M5 by 12 into these 2040 extrusions from this end. So same type of thing. Apply a little bit of Loctite to the last couple of threads. Off the tip. So on your, you talking about like changing your logo up at one point? Zombie? kind of thought I remembered hearing something about that. It's just way out. I think I've got some warpage in my extrusions, or the end was not cut straight, one of the two. Since they're anodized, I'm probably going to go with a slight bit of warpage in my print, even though it's glass filled. Loosen these up, keep them a little loose for now. That loose. So that they're work with here in a second, because you next. Flip it back over, and we're going to fasten the table using the table supports to the C-beam using M5x12 button head cap screws and spring nuts. Flip this over, leaving my printed part off the edge, and set this down on my solid surface so I can keep all of these extrusions flat, right? We're going to go through and we're going to add in several pieces. And these are all printed pieces we're getting ready to add in. So let me go ahead and grab those. There's all these 3D printed pieces. The ones, so we've got two different types. We have ones with short ends and one with a longer gap ends. These go in the middle, these go on the end, and they should wind up being the whole length of the rails when you get them done. So what we're going to do is we're going to mount these with 3 to the bottom and then 3 to the side. So we're going to have a ton of M5 rolling nuts that we're going to need. And it's going to be a bit of a joy. Probably going to do these one at a time. Definitely going to do one at a time. What I'm going to work on doing is just getting one of these lined up kind of at the top, get the screws started, and then work the bottom end as well. We'll get these screws started. Now, the bottoms are on the outer edge. So you're doing it against upright and then the outer edge of your 2040. And all this is going to do is make this, bring these things together. And quite honestly, my suggestion would be to do this, I think my suggestion would be to do this without having it mounted. Might be easier. And I'm going to do these without Loctite. Get them aligned and positioned, and then I can come back one at a time and remove screws and do the Loctite. Calling for the use of M3 by 12. M3 by 12 is bottoming out. But this is what we're going to basically, one at the top, one at the bottom. These will probably be fine because this is a thicker plate. Bottom part is not. You can see where I've already gouged my extrusion. So the downward is definitely not M3 by 12. Fasten the x-axis. So it's talking about doing it to the C-beam within 5 by 12. That's the 2040 on the lower front edge. It tell me to do something different for those. Because yeah, M5 by 12s, so too long to do that. M5 by 8s, that makes sense. Okay. The M5 by 12s to the C-beam, M5 by 8s to the bottom. And we'll go ahead and get 3 more of these loaded up on both the C-beam and the 2040 so that we can get this stuff started. Plan is to do the same type of thing, get these initially loaded, and then we'll get these lined up and started over here on the end, move it over as one piece. Then that way we just have to really try and figure out the spacing on the last piece. Some of these going very easy. Some of them are kind of a pain in the tuchus. Not gonna lie. Okay. Once again, the middle one has the bigger gaps on them. All I'm trying to do initially is just get the bolts lined up with bolts. Once I get a thread or two in, then I can move the whole thing as one shot. M3 by, or not M3, M5 by 8. Apparently don't have out here. 5 by 8. Most likely be a larger bag. 5 by 10s. Here we go. Does anybody else deciding to, we talked about 3D Printopia. Anybody got plans to go to Smurf? Because I know I'm not going to make that this year, but I'm hoping that next year I might be able to go to Smurf. And if I do, then it's probably going to be at, you know, me not going to one of the other shows so I can make two Smurf. It's going to be a bit more of an expense to get there. If I go to Smurf, I'm going as a bystander. I'm not, you know, I'm not taking any printers with me or anything like that. Just be, hey, let's go attend and have fun. Come on, dang it. And the downside of trying to get these things to all line up and play nice. Slide easily without binding. Okay, so there we go. Go ahead and tighten these up to the C-beam. Load in 3 more of our M5 nuts at the top and bottom edge. Out their initial positions. Oh, there is a pretty flower. Thank you, Phaetus. What's the occasion for such a pretty flower? Okay, and those are all lined up. So we'll go ahead and get these going. And did I mention to you guys that there's going to be a lot of screws in this? Whole lot of screws. So yeah, we've got Evil Diesel and his daughter should be starting up at 1. I think I'll go until 1:30, maybe 2 o'clock, and then possibly raid over to Evil Diesel and watch that. If there is anything, I'll say that's like duplicative that we still have out there. If I'm still working on getting these done or something like that, where I'm doing one side and then the other, I'll do that. off stream just to keep the build moving and knowing that it's one and the same thing. Not really, it's not going to really be anything exciting to watch me do the same thing over again. So I feel like that's pretty good to do off stream, build going. This is a very complicated build, so and complicated from the fact that we're going to be doing a lot of precision work, and there may be times where we put it on, take it back off, redo some things because it's not moving smoothly, and then we'll redo some things. Okay, one side done. I'm going to take this and flip it around. Put it off this side. So once again, keeping my deck plate level here as I go through to do this. Bring our M5 T-nuts over here. I'm just loading in 5 or 9 T-nuts right now on the top. I'll do the same thing on the front edge rail, and then I'll worry about lining them up. And like I said before, some of these go in very nicely, slide, some of them not so much. Uh-oh, drop game going. Yeah, see if there's a more festive drop game available out there. One of the other things I want to do when I start looking at this, or when I look at this, is just figure out, is it in my best interest to Loctite these or not? Because I have a feeling that once this is on, it does not come off very easy. In which case, or excuse me, not that it doesn't come off very easy, but getting to it to do any retightening of screws is not going to be very easy. That's why I should have meant when I was talking about not going to be. So something to be cognizant of too is, depending on where, what you're working on, be careful and mindful of, like, can I get to that when the machine's built or not? And if you can't, then it might behoove you to throw a little Loctite on, because you're not going to be readily able to afterwards. So right now I'm putting these on there with no Loctite, but it may be in my best interest after I see how this goes on to go ahead and put Loctite on it, just because it will not be easily accessible after the fact. And since this is facing down, I may be able to get to some of it. Chances are I won't be able to get to the majority of it. So that's where I'm leaning towards. Loctite for these may not be such a bad idea. But that would be something that I would do later, probably off stream, is take this back apart or pull these off after I get them in here and get them set, and then go through one by one, pull them out, put a little bit of Loctite, stick them back in. Because the last thing I want is vibration to loosen these, and then I have a random rattle or something falls apart and then I get a sag or something else in my bed. That would be bad, especially if you're trying to do precision machine work. Not what I. Okay. So there you go. Got our supports, and this is going to be the bottom. This is going to make up our X bed. So we're using these to basically take the 4080 2040s and making them a single plane. Go ahead and tighten these ends up. Thanks for the lurk, Westery. So what I'm going to do is I am going to go ahead and start taking these back off, and then I'll put them back in. But I'm going to go ahead and use Loctite on these to tighten them into the spring nuts. I'm going to do them one panel at a time. That way I can guarantee that everything stays nice and tight along the way. Also, going to drill these out so that when I go to put them back in, I will have a little bit of space when I go to do the whatchamacallit, the Loctite. I'm going to make sure that these are nice, true round M5 holes. Not sure if you hear the squeaking. That's actually, well, glass fiber. That's the metal screeching on the glass fibers. That in place. Get a little bit more of our Loctite out here. One by one, we'll basically just think of us as dry fitting. Come back in and do our Loctite. And I will tell you that when I was building my airplane, I'm still technically building the airplane until I sell the project. You do a lot of this. Dry fit it, you test fit it, make sure everything fits, everything works, match drill some holes, then take everything apart, deburr every hole that you just went through and ran something, ran a drill through, and then reassemble everything. Somewhat tedious and cumbersome and so forth. But at the end of the day, you want a plane that is good, safe, and flyable, or do you want a Boeing? I prefer to have a plane that's good, safe, and reliable that I built, that I've done every rivet, every screw on, rather than something that somebody did under a collective bargaining agreement and they're half disgruntled. They're being forced to move faster than they should for safety concerns. And then we have a bunch of safety issues. So what this is doing here is making sure that the holes are completely round and circular and are exactly 5 millimeters. Where your drill is going to get it nominally close and not be perfectly concentric. And that's what your reamer does, is makes a perfectly concentric hole of the aforementioned correct size. Once again, by taking a couple of seconds to do this, this should hopefully mean that, oops, down the road, we don't have any of the table parts coming loose during, I was going to say a print, but not a print, but during a cut, and everything stays nice and solid the way it should. And I, for one, want to make sure that my base does not start rattling, which means my depth of cut would not be changing, or I wouldn't be having excessive chatter and harmonics when I'm throwing a sharp chunk of metal around at, 20,000 RPMs. That could go wrong quickly. And believe me, I have sent things flying off of my Shapeoko across the room. That gets a bit scary. So making sure that the parts are in there, they're good, they're not going to go anywhere unless you want them to go somewhere, is always a good thing. One of the other safety things is I will be building a CASA. Mi casa es su casa. So CASA is the enclosure for the Milo. My understanding is LDO is going to come out with a CASA kit as well. Well then, I was going to plan on building a CASA version 1. Now they've got a new version of it out. Oh, I've got plenty of extrusion sitting out in the garage to cut and build a CASA. Question is whether I want to cut it myself or potentially wait on an LDO kit. I will tell you that I did just also order some extrusions for Black Stack, which will be a stand for Black Box. So I did order those. When that comes in, I may do a build stream on it if KB3D has not already done one. It is I thought it was going to be 40/40, but it's not. It's actually all 20/20, with some thicker pieces, specifically if you're going to use them to build drawers with. You'll use I think a 20/60 for the drawer faces. I'm not going to do the drawers to start with. I'm going to do just the bottom portion, main, I'll say black stack. And then if I decide that I need additional storage down the way, then I'll go ahead and buy the stuff to build the drawers out. In fact, I think, did I? Actually, I take it back. I may have done the frame for the drawers, but not get the material to actually install drawers, because I think what I want to do is potentially make my own drawers versus doing the extrusions. We'll see. I may wind up still doing extruded, extrusions for drawers, or I will just make a couple of drawers out of wood. Like we have an ad in progress again. Sorry for all the ads, folks, but it is one way that I get something from Twitch. Not that I'm looking for replacement income yet, but every little bit does help. The Pesliz, I know that you were working on like Bexy Beans and getting her talking about her first printer. Still need to work on Miss Dragon. I mean, she's liking the prints. We need to get her working on. Actually, I guess she is. Because she's looking at the video that you and K2 Kevin did. I sent her the link for the video to make her own maker chip. So, who knows? Pretty soon she's going to ask me to make it, and I'm just going to say, okay, you've got to learn the rest of this part. We'll have to get her own, either a P1P or A1 mini, an A1 with an AMS, something with an AMS that she can do multicolor print. So I think that'll be cool. Really like the maker coins or the maker chips. So I think she wants to be a kinder, gentler dragon than me. So yeah, you really need to return your laser. No, you don't. You need to use the laser. No returning the laser. Tip page on, okay, Stream Elements. Huh. Okay. Um, Interesting. I didn't know that they were doing anything to the tip page. I know they were doing stuff to the merch store. 'Cause they got rid of the merch store, or are getting rid of. So I will look into that, and if need be, I will update it so that it goes directly to my PayPal instead. Oh, well, that would be great, Mr. Wizix. But yeah, I will check into that after stream today and see if I can't figure that out. And if it seems like it's something to do with their recent changes, then I'll switch a link up and add a link for my direct PayPal. Yeah. Oh yeah, those flickering lights were crazy, and trying to figure it out in well Clipper, we've had it figured out in Clipper for a while. Figuring it out in RepRap firmware was I'll say a pain in the butt too. But I think I've got that one figured out. It's not called PWM cycle time, and I would have to take a look. I know where in the config to look. I just would have to take a look and figure it out again. But it's was it PWM frequency, I think. Yeah, so the big thing is as it does a large draw, it's it's going to PWM on a different cycle unless you tell it what cycle to PWM to. And your incandescent bulbs don't have an issue. It's your LEDs that are more sensitive, especially your low energy LEDs. So that's where you start having the issues bulbs. And this is a new construction home build, so the all the bulbs are low energy LEDs. So they're very sensitive to the fluctuations, which if you take your you have like a different circuit and you put your printers on a different circuit, it shouldn't affect the rest of your house lighting. It's just going to affect anything that's on that circuit. However, if you ever take your LEDs and go, man, those LEDs are too bright, I'm going to drop it down to 50%. You now have a PWM issue where it's going to get flickering. Add the cycle time, and that'll go away as well. Hey, Built Over Bot, how's it going? Yeah, that's true too. That is true too, Built Over Bot. Okay, so all of these are now tightened down using some Loctite, so we shouldn't have any issues. Once again, the reason I did that is because these rails are going to go on top of our y-axis, right? Which means these are going to be facing upside down, and this becomes our bed surface that we would be milling on. The problem that we would have then is access. You'll be able to get some access to these from the front side, but the back side's not going to be easy at all without moving the machine around a little. So I wanted to make sure that none of these loosened up from the actual milling operation that we're going to be on top of it. Oh, sorry you're having a bad day, Bob. Definitely have had a few of those with work and stuff. But having this whole week off for I work called it a summer shutdown for North America because Canada was going to be off on the 1st and then we were going to be off on the 4th down here. So they just said, take the whole week off, forced us to burn leave, which is why I'll be negative at the end of this. But was able to go up and spend time with my sons. So that was good. Double check the length of the 5 bolts you're using. If your bolts are too long, you will bottom out the bolt and it will not grip the table. Bolts are too short, you'll break the printed parts if you over tighten. Okay? Slide the table into the carriage of the X-Fi gantry plate from the left-hand side facing the operator. This is where I'm now going to need to clean some stuff off of the table so that we can get some things ready to go on here. Me sure all my little baggies are up. Now I'm basically going to sit them right here on the table next to the part that I'm going to pull off here. Only we're going to not these, but the locking nut. This that we will take this, set it up. Once again, the lead screw sticking out, that's the operator side. This will be the side where we'll have a handle and we can move things. And then we're going to slide our rail on here, and as we do, we will push our carriage blocks out of the way. This is the part where it gets interesting because you need to try and keep the bed level as you're doing this. It's going to be so much. And again, this rail's locked down. This one's snugged. I'm going to loosen this rail. Because I need it to be able to have some wiggle room, self-align. Now, if we're building I'll say a high precision mill, we would be sitting here like scraping surfaces to make sure they're 100% flat, making sure that we've actually milled them. We would mill in rather than using extrusions. We would be using like cast aluminum or steel, and we would literally be machining it flat and drilling and tapping the holes for our rails so that they're perfectly lined up. We don't have that precision in our extrusions here. We could have twisting, we could have bowing. So by undoing the one, loosening it up, we should be able to get our alignment so that we can get this to slip on. I seem to be having a that was, whoops, 2 balls. Here, one from here. Something is amiss. Could be my rails. It could be my carriages. Could be my rails. Um, let me. Okay, and this so didn't it? What? But well, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to loosen these so that I have a little bit of play in my X carriages to hopefully be able to take up whatever gap is causing me the issue. Because something is not aligning right, whether it's the side to side distance or the angles. So I just loosened everything up. Everything's got a bit of wiggle play except for this one because it's pretty much jammed in there between X block and the end here. Okay. And so let's give that a shot again and let's see if we can get all of our balls in our carriages now. Okay. Just notice I got balls right here. Or which one out of. Like I said, we can get these ball bearings back in. You just have to go slow and careful. The last thing you want is for these to hit the ground and go running off. So whether it's lead balls for counterweight or your ball bearings for your carriages here, always want to keep them on the table, workbench, preferably in the carriages where they belong. so much easier when they stay in their carriages where they belong. Yes, there we go. Tugboat's back. You're going to buy the, I'm going to buy the 0, I think. Okay, I missed something. Reach up here and see. Okay, Bob, thank you for coming up for a little bit. Back for a second because you're at work, but what is the heat press you use? Yeah, I'm using the Stealth Press. You can get that from KB3D. They have kits for both the regular one, which I have, and the Stealth Press, 0 or the Mini, which is the smaller one. So, yep. And your TS 100 iron will work in it. And if you're so kind, I have an affiliate link that you can use when you buy that. So bang KB3D, or do I have? There we go. So if you go to that page, it's my affiliate link. Go ahead and add that to your cart. You'll get a really cool sticker. It'll let KB3D know that you got to their page through me. And I get a little bit of kickback in, we'll say, reward points that I can then spend at KB3D. So this is apparently the pain in the butt part. All right. I'm having some. Don't know why. But I'm having some major. Wiggly, wiggly, jiggly, jiggly. Okay. So we're still having problems with bearings. Oh, don't know why. Definitely almost feels like there's too much wiggle on the, and it's not getting enough like tension on the springs. Oh yeah. Okay. No balls there. Once again, this one is the side that's facing me is the side that's, we'll say, fixed. The other one has the wiggle room in it. And I need to start working on taking some of that wiggle room back out. Both by snugging down the rail. And also by snugging down the bearing block. Rails snug down. These screws have Loctite on them, so I don't need to really ugga-dugga it down, because as you do, you're kind of, you may have noticed it before, I bound the carriage simply by tightening the screws down. Because once again, we're dealing with 4 different carriages to create a plane. And so just in tightening this down, you see how much say play that I've lost, because carriages are, I'll say, not in the right, or not in the same plane with one another. So just trying to snug them. I don't want to ugga-dugga them. Well, once again, the problem is if you torque these down, your assumption is that your rails are 100% flat and level with each other, right? Um, like if I loosen these up, quarter turn, see, they slide a lot easier now that I just slightly cracked them. Now as I just go in and I'm applying very, very minimal here, right? Just with my fingertips. Making sure that basically they're back down against the plate. That's all I want to do, because if I torque them down, I'm torquing, you're almost kind of opening it up a bit when you torque those down. Exactly. Exactly. This is home desktop precision, and we're using aluminum extrusions. They bow, twist, and so you could sit here and work on shimming these out for days to get them perfect. And if I had the proper tools and the proper materials, excuse me, I'm going to eat a donut real fast. What I would be doing would be using steel, right? Stainless steel rails on a steel platform, and I would, or cast iron, and I would scrape the high spots, and I could spend days scraping those high spots to get it completely flat between the mating surface. And that's everywhere that my rails go. So then when I'm going across it, it is dead flat, right? I'm good with this. Me, that's pretty darn good right there. X-axis motor and lead screw. We're going to come in through this. Follow the direction. Lead screw, NEMA 13 coupler or NEMA 23 coupler, and NEMA 23, the coupler, and the motor, which was the NEMA 23. Coupler and the lead screw. There we go. I'll get it through my thick skull eventually. Leaves us with one more motor. Of course, will be for the Z-axis. Need to get the other lead screw out of the big box. And it's going to be a longer lead screw. Stick out just a tad bit. Yeah, this is Texas. So lead screw, motor, and our other coupler that I didn't pull out. Oh. But yeah, it's close enough for government work. And like I said, they did provide a package of shims. I could sit here and shim the height of all of these rails to make it 100% perfect, buttery smooth. And then as soon as I move it, because it's not as rigid as a piece of steel would be, it's not going to be nearly as heavy either, it'll move. So, you know, I'll say kind of pick your poison on whether you want it buttery smooth or not. I think that my y-axis is binding now. So I'll have to work on that. But we'll have to check because I need to put like a screw on here. But I think when I preloaded the tension on my lock nuts at the end of the axis, I may have bound it. So no big deal. We'll work on that. Kind of expect to need to do some work on it. And tugboat, be careful with KB3D. For no other reason than I just continue to spend money. Like I literally might as well just have an open line of credit with them because I buy stuff so much from them. Okay, so hey, free heathen, how are you doing? You're working, can't talk? Okay. Yep, I am working on the Milo million mill. In fact, it's sitting on the X plate right now on the bottom, or the top of the X plate is sitting on my quartz countertop, so it stays flat. We've got the X and Y's connected now. That was joy. Loose balls going everywhere, but we got it on there, and now we're going to add our X motor. And now I'm going to install it from this side and go through that that long X block. So I am going to need to lubricate my shaft. Let me grab my gloves so that I can lubricate my shaft. Y'all get your minds out the gutter there. Yep. And how's that go? Same like before. We're just going to put a dollop on our finger and bring it down the lead screw. We don't have to go at the very end because that's going to go through, have a hand crank on it. So start through here. We'll little dabs on. This will get smoothed out through our threads as we go. Don't know if you can see right there, but just down here on a flat surface, I'm going to twist this. I want you to look at the rod. There is a slight bend in my rod. No way that sounds appropriate. But there is a slight bend in this rod, or a wobble. It may be just the clamping action that's doing it. So we'll work on that a little bit. That may be the issue we're having down here as well, is when I clamped it tight, it gave an edge. Eva is online with Goober 2D, setting up her printer. Rock on. Rock on. So once again, we need to come in through this end and get this going. So come in from this side. We've got to go through our bearing blocks that we added down here. Why does this feel like this is not right? Why would we have a motor where we can't mount it? Motor mount. Did I, by stupid, the X-axis, turning it in? I mean, like, I don't know, putting the wrong piece. So I need to take this end piece off and actually put the appropriate piece on there, which would be this one, you know, the one that would allow for a motor to be. So depressed. Okay, let me get this ready to acquire bolts, and we'll swap this out for the other one. Luckily, everything is attached and locked down to itself, so shouldn't be a problem. We're not going to have anything pop out of adjustment. Shouldn't have anything pop out of adjustment. Something niggling around in the back of my head that something wasn't right. Well, that would be it. Yeah, I know. Hey, Fields, how's it going? Welcome on in. Can't make us. Turn your head and cough. Yep. Okay. That one over there. Grab this one and put it in place. Open to see if I can't get this side in and closed up, and then that way I can just work on lead screw alignments and stuff like that off stream, because that's just going to take a bit of tinkering and playing around. Small projects, looking for something to do for the next few weeks. Uh, you can build a soft dart blaster. Fabrico and West 3D sell kits. Know that Zombie has a West 3D affiliate link. Okay, so that's on there. Now we're going to be able to take our lead screw, stick it through, whoops, long lead screw through the thing into the first side of our whatchamacallit, lead screw nut. And then I'm just turning the lead screw to work it through until we get to the second lead screw nut. That's where it should feel like it starts to tighten up a bit. Doo-doo. You're thinking of doing a screw finny thing? Cool. Yeah, stealth press, that Gridfinity, multi-board. Um, da-da-da. Where had I thought about it, you can clamp the end of the lead screw on a drill and drill it on there a little bit faster. that. Boom. Again, we want this facing down, which would be towards the y-axis. According to the CAD, that's the way it appears. Where we're at, we inserted the lead screw through the y-axis motor mount. It's hanging out, past the edge here. Fasten the motor with the x-axis motor mount using 5 by 20 socket head cap screw. M5 by 20 goes out. 30s. Let's find the M5 by 20. Fives and 5 by 20. Four of these. And socket head, so I'll take an M4. Going to get a little bit of thread locker on there. Okay, so that's secured on there. What's next? Consider the cable exit orientation of the motor. We recommend having the cables downward to help protect them. They are. Now is a great time to adjust your anti-backlash nut as they're easily accessible before pulling the x-axis bearing block or putting it. Moving it by hand, it seems to be good. Not seeing any real movement. So I think I'm good. We're going to install a locking collar. Locking collar on there, and that locking collar didn't have a bolt in it. The bolt didn't count. Loctite free going on there. So we got one lock Um, one locking collar. Axis, x-axis, x-axis bearing block on here. Let me pick this up, turn it slightly around so I can hang off that end. This end's going to hang off, so I grab this block. I'm going to put it on there with M5x12 button head cap screws. Up needing 6 of these. Just a hint of Loctite. Hey, Westery, how's it going? Vlocky. Ooh, sweet. How's it going there, Bexy Beans? Too hot to cook? Yeah. Okay. Those 6 screws are on. Locking collar preload. Using your fingers, press each locking collar towards each other, driving them into the face of each with moderate to high pressure. Moderate to high pressure. Okay. Tighten the inner collar first. Then tighten the outer collar. Okay, and see, this is where I'm saying is I'm turning this by hand just with the friction that I can get on um, the end of the lead screw. Cannot do that on the Y. So there's something binding on the Y. Um, flip this over. Set that up. Loosen up the locking collars. Still can't move Y, which means I think we're most likely binding. On our backlash nut. So our backlash nut is too tight. That one. This one. I'm not going to do any major things, just very light changes. That seems to have fixed that problem. Y was the outside first, right? Outside, then inside on the locking collars. All right. You'd be better off doing pet G, at least. Drag chain in. The drag chain ends. So we need to grab the drag chains off, or the ends off of our longer drag chain. And put those in the appropriate spot based on our images. Okay, and it looks like our innie. So the innie is the one where the ears are going to go on the inside. I call it. Goes on our x-axis motor mount over here. And then the other one's going to go right here. So let me kind of turn it around a bit. So the innie need our 3x6 flathead cap screw. Innie goes on the motor mount. PLA, just with the heat of it, it'll probably deform. Really should want to use PET G at a minimum and ABS ASA would be the preferred. here if I wasn't using all in, but unfortunately, this is a 1 point, or no, this is a 2. Got the 2. Cool. Thought that was 1.5. The 1.5, I broke the tip off of my set, so figure out how to get another 1.5. Probably the 1.2 is the other one. Yeah, you can print open air sometimes of ABS ASA. It's going to be 100% better if you do it in a chamber, and that could be a large cardboard box over the top. It could be, plastic bag, anything to hold in the ambient temp. Going to help doing ABS. ABS settings for an ender. You're going to be hard pressed to get an ender bed up that high. However, I will say that I had swapped mine for a Mike 6 build plate and a Canovo heater. And then I had also, I'd also had a Wham Bam pop-up enclosure. Reality has an enclosure. The difference is the Wham Bam, you can say that your ender was right here in front of me. Your Wham Bam, you can put it together and zip it up, lift it over, and sit it down over the top of it. With the Creality, it's got a built-in base or bottom. So you have to take the printer, unplug everything, lift it into Creality enclosure, run the cables and stuff through, and then zip the closure up. So the Wham Bam folds up, and you can just set it, like I would set it between the rack and the wall over here in this corner. And then when I needed it, I would pop it out, stick it over the top of it. The only thing I needed to do was run the filament through. So I kind of like the Wham Bam. I was partial to the Wham Bam enclosure over the Creality one. The Creality one works if you're going to leave it there. So yeah, there you go. Yeah, there you go. Or Wham Bam's designed for printers. Creality is a growth. Yeah, and the Creality one really doesn't have much insulation. The Wham Bam has that reflective insulation that you see people line their printer chambers with. So there you go. I'm not going to do this drag chain either because one, I don't want it out here in the way. Oops. So it talks about doing the drag chain. I don't want it out here in the way. I will hit it because I will have to take this off, set it aside so that we can work on the Rook 2020 Mark II build on Tuesday. So yeah. Yeah, hard to pass up for $5. If you can get the Creality Grow Tent for $5, X end stop, once again, I'm not going to do the end stops until we get to the stage. I'll do all that at once. Hand wheel optional. So this would be the optional hand wheel. Now I've got I got. Is there hand wheel stuff in here? I'm not seeing the actual hand wheel stuff in there, but give me a second to look through here real fast. They have hand wheel stuff in here. I know I 3D printed some stuff, but cable kit, there's nothing. Shouldn't be. Does not appear that I've got hand wheel stuff as far as a metal hand wheel goes. Or at least I'm not seeing it. So it may very well be not seen. You have printed hand wheel parts though. Let me grab those. So I do have printed hand wheel parts, I believe. Talking about using a big so these are, I think, an optional hand wheel. Yeah, Polymaker. Some of my builds are using Polymaker ABS. So if they've changed their mind and said no Polymaker ABS, that's news to me. Okay, so this is talking about using M3 heat set inserts into the hand wheel. Hold the wheel onto the. That's basically setting collars to run M3 screws in. Insert the M5 heat set insert into the wheel to attach the little handle. Okay. Handle on blah. Okay, so instead of that, what we're going to have is basically, I'm going to have this 3D printed center hub. That would go in. You can use a 3D printed center hub, or if you have them, you can use extra, whatchamacallits, locking collars. Take the flange off, you fit that in there. You would run screws through the 5. I'm going to hold on to these for now because I've got another project I want to use those on. Quite honestly, this looks like it would take an M3. Basically, this goes in here and then you run M3 screws through all 5 of those holes. That will provide your hub, would then slide into your or over your lead screw, and then you would clamp it down. This might need a little bit of love, meaning running an M8 thing through it. So let me get my heat set or my heat press up here. We'll add a few heat presses and we'll get this done. Once we get this done, we will be ready to raid out. And we'll go over actually about 2:30. Is Evil Diesel and Goober still going? Anybody? So I do want to raid over to them and check their stuff out. I'll go ahead and do these off stream. Like I said, it's M3 heat set insert right there. It's a M3 heat set insert there. This lines up, goes in. You'll put in 5 M3 screws. It's going to thread into all the plastic. That's going to pull this in and hold it tight. We'll put this over your lead screw, tighten down the clamp, and then add your handle to the front. And this now becomes your handle wheel. So pretty easy and simple. Chances are I'm going to use my own button head cap screws for mounting these on here because I think these are actually Steve Build's versions of these. Why it's different. But yeah, let's see. Is Evil D still up and there he is. Yeah, okay, folks. I'm going to go ahead and get a raid started over to Evil Diesel and his little one. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Please, please, please come with me on this raid as we go over to them and help show the love, spread the wealth. And, you know, this is their first time streaming. You know, let's just show them the love and help them get going. I know that she has been so excited about the new printer. Looks like they're also working on the Mark III. So, got the CR10 that Chris 2 gave her, and they're working on Mark III. So, all right, K2, thanks a lot, my friend, and thanks for the tutorial on doing the maker chips. I'm going to work with Mrs. Dragon to get that squared away. But thank you, everybody. Have a great day. Stay out of the heat and stay cool. Talk to you guys on Tuesday. Bye now.